Pomerantz is yet to take the mound, but like you mentioned, Dick, he is the second of 3 left-handers that the Twins are going to see in this series. And Hector Santiago just getting back into the dugout. He's anxious to get back on the mound for the Twins tonight.
We'll have a matchup of left-handers, and both left-handed starting pitchers have had more trouble with left-handed hitters than right-handed batters. We made a big deal about Hector Santiago and how well left-handers have done. Well, the reason Kepler and Rosario and the lefties are in there, left-handers are hitting .357 against Pomerantz, and right-handers only .240.
Yeah, it's not the way it's usually drawn up, but that's the reality. And I think both guys, quite honestly, if they're honest, they're going to say they've had trouble locating their secondary pitch, their breaking ball. There's the season numbers for Drew, and 6-4 with a 4.07 ERA. He's making his 15th start for the Red Sox here tonight. Not the son of the Mike Pomerantz we know, but his father is Mike Pomerantz.
A lot of confusion generated by the Boston media guide who said that Mike Pomerantz that worked in the Twin Cities, in fact worked for Fox Sports North with this guy's father, but he's not. No relation.
Fake news.
Real fake news. Genuine fake news on the Boston media guide. Here's the Boston defensive alignment brought to you by Northland Ford. Andrew Benintendi in left. Jackie Bradley Jr. in center. Mookie Betts in right. Marrero, Bogarts, Pedroia, Travis the infielders, Christian Vasquez behind the plate. So we'll get started about 50 minutes, 45 minutes or so later than expected. And we expect to have uninterrupted baseball. This Twins and Red Sox series on Fox Sports North is presented by Jeep. Visit Jeep.com to learn more. The Twins lost last night. Indians came back and won. So the Indians are back in front in the American League Central by a half game.
Yeah, what a comeback for Cleveland last night. Trailing by a significant amount and coming back to end up winning that game.
Rather handily, as it turned out. Pomerantz is ready. Red Sox are ready. And here comes Brian Dozier to the plate. Twins facing Sale last night. Pomerantz tonight. And then on Thursday, they'll face another left-handed pitcher, David Price.
Well, the Red Sox got on the board first in last night's game, scoring 2 in the first inning. Twins did not score in the top half of the first. Maybe tonight they can turn that around.
Seems to be a big key on this road trip, doesn't it? The Twins did well in scoring first against the Indians, won all 3 ball games. Dozier swings and misses, 1 strike. Chopper, wicked hop, and playing the hop is Marrero, and he throws him out. That ball really jumped on the second hop up around his ear, but he was able to stay with it, 1 down.
Well, that's trusting your hands right there, and Marrero goes to his right, and it takes a tough hop, just like you mentioned, but boy, trusting your hands, almost defending his face. Ball really jumps up, makes a great play there.
1 down. And the third baseman, Eduardo Escobar. Taken low, ball 1. Miguel Sano played third base last night. Tonight, Sano's the designated hitter. Escobar's been swinging it so well that they've got to find a way to get him in the lineup on a regular basis. DHing third base, short perhaps. Inside, 2-1.
Well, he's finding his time on the field more on the left side this year. Playing shortstop once in a while for Polanco. Tonight, Sano, but rarely is he playing second base anymore. Dozier's just turning into an almost everyday player.
We saw Escobar's numbers in June. One of the reasons why the Twins are poised to put together their 3rd straight winning month this year. They have 4 games left in June, and if they win a couple of them, they'll have a winning record. Two and 2 to Escobar. On the ground, that ball came up to the first baseman, Travis, and he stayed with it, 2 down.
Let's take a look at Drew Pomerantz in his last 7 games. He's been quite a bit better. 3 wins, a 3 ERA, which is significantly better than his season ERA. And a little bit more strikeouts than innings pitched, which is always something you look at for pitchers. And I think he's one of those guys, doesn't overpower you. He's got to locate his curveball, his breaking ball. And when he does that, it's going to be a lot harder on the hitters.
Mauer takes a strike on the outside corner.
That's about as high as you're going to see the velocity from Pomeranz. 93, pretty much a straight fastball. Drops down a little bit.
1-1. Like David Price, Pomeranz doesn't use a windup. He just kind of gets into the stretch position and starts from there and delivers to home. Over the inside corner. And it's 1-2.
That's a good comparison. It's almost identical to what David Price. Little baby step from the stretch position, hand start at the waist. And that's just so he can repeat his delivery. A lot of starters have gone to that. They have very little motion, and you see it more with tall guys.
A couple of ground balls and a strikeout, a 1-2-3 first for Drew Pomeranz. Now it's Hector Santiago's turn.
Well, let's see if he can duplicate that scoreless inning.
The first inning. And we mentioned John Farrell not managing the Red Sox. Gary DiSarcina is hiding behind Carl Willis, which is a little bit easier to do now than it was in 1991.
That's mean.
Gary DiSarcina will be managing the Red Sox. In John Farrell's absence, he had a little skirmish with an umpire, jabbed him in the chest with a finger, and got a 1-game suspension and a fine today. Mookie Betts will lead things off. And there is ball 1.
Well, a couple things to keep an eye on with Hector Santiago as he makes his first start in almost a month is his velocity and his command early. And really, how many secondary pitches does he throw? He has very little confidence in throwing the breaking ball to right-handed hitters. And I don't know why he isn't encouraged to try to do that more often. Even if he's just backdooring it, he doesn't have to try to miss out over the plate. He can try to backdoor it.
Now Santiago throwing from the stretch with nobody on base and a swing and a miss, 2-1. 91 miles per hour, and that's about where Santiago usually sits. He's not a 93 or a 94 mile per hour guy.
On his second to last start, I believe it was in Baltimore, is where he started throwing out of the stretch just to try to cut down on what he described as that herky-jerkiness and trying to get more consistency with his delivery. He felt like it was simplifying his wind up in that by throwing out of the stretch.
Swing and a miss. Because he went onto the disabled list after a period where he struggled, you tend to forget how good he was at the start of the year. 2-1 with a 2.43 in April. First couple starts of May were just fine, and then everything kind of fell apart as the shoulder weakness ended up putting him on the disabled list. Foul back, and it's still 2-2. The Red Sox lineup brought to you by Menards. Mookie Betts leading off. Dustin Pedroia, Xander Bogaerts, Chris Young, Jackie Bradley Jr., Sam Travis, Andrew Benintendi, Christian Vasquez, and Devin Marrero.
Yeah, Travis, Vasquez, and Marrero all in tonight's game. They did not play last night.
Back at 93. So we've seen an awful lot of fastballs.
Yeah, a lot of fastballs, but decent velocity. That's kind of where he was topping out early in the year. 93, that's pretty good. Hasn't thrown very many changeups yet, none in fact, and that's a pitch that he can use to the right-handers.
It's a foul ball over the tarp, which we hope has been put away for the evening.
At least right now it has.
Northland Ford defense for the Twins. The fleet-footed outfielders are together. Rosario, Buxton, and Kepler, Escobar, Polanco, Dozier, Mauer in the infield, and Jason Castro doing the catching. A lot of two-strike fouls already here for Betts. Pedroia and Bogaerts will follow. Got him looking, and an off-speed pitch does the trick. One down.
No, his first changeup, and it was over the plate, kind of locked up. Mookie Betts. Let's see it again here. See Castro sitting away, and that's a pitch that he had a lot of success early in the year with. So an 8-pitch strikeout to start the game for Hector Santiago.
And that's kind of how Santiago goes about his business. Very few times would he have as quick an inning as Pomeranz had. What Dozier grounded out on the second pitch, that was, 2 pitches, 1 out, and for Santiago, 8 pitches.
Well, we talked
out.
about it last night. Jose Barrios, first 2 innings, 35 pitches, and then all of a sudden he had some really quick innings where it was 9, 10, 11 pitch innings, and that's something Santiago. He's sitting on the bench. I mean, if he could just think about how much fun that could be by throwing a couple quick pitches, getting a ground ball or easy out without going deep into counts.
First 2 pitches were off the plate. Now 7 straight strikes and 1 strike to Pedroia. And now a ball missing, 1-1. Two and 1.
Interesting, some of the comments we were talking about Paul Molitor making about Dustin Pedroia, and something I think is in a way subtle is the fact that he knows when to try to get a single and go the other way, and he knows here in Fenway when to try to pull the ball and get one out.
Now 3-1, and we might be seeing a home run swing here with the bases empty. Case in point, his late inning at bat when he lined a single to right field to score a run. Bogaerts on deck.
Well, and he might be sitting on a changeup here too. I don't know if that's where Santiago is going to go.
Up high, and it's a 1-out walk. Bogaerts coming to the plate with a man aboard. Let's go to Kevin Gordon.
Thanks, Dick. Time for our car soup scoop from the clubhouse. We'll start with pitcher Dylan G. On his way back to Rochester today. He'll pitch tomorrow 45 to 50 pitches, according to Paul Molitor. And was asked about Saturday's doubleheader, said it was unlikely, but we might see him over the weekend. A-Ray Adrianza, the infielder, will get 3 games in through the weekend, most likely back with the Twins, ready to help out starting on Monday. And the lineup a little bit unique against a left-hander with the 4 regular lefties, not always in the lineup from Molitor. He said he wanted to give it a try with Rosario, Castro, Kepler, and Mauer because lefties have done okay against Pomeranz, and hopes that some of those lefties can provide a little pop here tonight against the Red Sox, guys.
Thank you, Kevin. Bogaerts takes a strike, and I was surprised given the numbers that Santiago has yielded to left-handers that Mitch Moreland was not in the starting lineup for the Red Sox tonight.
Moreland's been red hot for Boston. He hit a home run in last night's game.
How do you explain that Santiago's giving up a .500 batting average to left-handers, including 6 home runs?
Well, I'm just going to guess. I don't know if I can explain it. I don't know if it makes any sense at all. But I think he's leaving a lot of breaking balls up, and either that or off the plate. He cannot locate down and away. And so hitters eventually just sit on the fastball. And when you only have one pitch that you can get him out with, he doesn't throw the changeup to left-handers. He's afraid to do that because it's hard for him to finish away with that off-speed pitch.
There have been 50 plate appearances against left-handers. He's given up 20 hits and 10 walks. There's a strike, and it's 1-2.
Paul mentioned the 4 left-handers he's got in the lineup, but he also has 2 bench players that can switch hit, Kenny Vargas and Robbie Grossman.
1-2 to Bogaerts. And that hit him. Santiago got ahead of Bogaerts, but now he'll go to first and second, 1 down.
Well, Hanley Ramirez was hit on the knee in the game before the Twins got here, and he's been out of the lineup. This one gets him on the toe, and that hurts a little bit.
And tonight's Cold Hard Facts brought to you by the Silver Bullet, clean, crisp Coors Light. And Santiago's first 7 games were outstanding, a big reason why the Twins had a winning April. And then in his last 6 games, something was wrong, and the Twins determined it was Santiago's shoulder. Young, the batter, first and second, 1 down. Popped up right side. Infield fly rule might be called if Dozier gets under it, and now Kepler will make the catch, and that's out number 2. One pitch out after a walk and a hit batter, and Santiago will take all of those he can get.
Yeah, that was a big out right there, and he got a little help from Chris Young. And that's another thing you kind of scratch your head about at times. A guy walks Pedroia. He has a tough time getting Bex out after 7 pitches or 7 or 8 pitches to get a strikeout. And then he hits Bogaerts. So you're thinking as you're on deck, take a couple pitches. Maybe this guy will get a little more wild. Swings at the first one, helps him out.
Here's the first left-handed batter, Jackie Bradley Jr. First and second and 2 down. Down in the dirt, ball 1. The breaking ball. Bradley got off to a terrible start. Put on the bench for 3 games, and he's come back and hit much better. Tap foul, and Bradley hitting .385 against left-handers. His problems have been against right-handers. He's hitting just .235 against righties. There's Chili Davis, one of the best switch hitters in the history of the game. 2 years with the Twins. 1991 and 1992. There, Bradley splits. Look at a 150-point gap. The opposite of what you'd think.
Has a tough time with the slider down and in from a right-hander. It's got to be the reason.
And an off-speed pitch lifted foul. And Santiago will work ahead again. And this is what you see from Santiago, even when things were going well. 20 pitches common in an inning. Hoping it won't be many more than that here as he tries to strand a couple of runners in the first. One and 2 to Bradley. Breaking ball just off the plate. 2-2.
Let's take a look at that last pitch. It is the breaking ball that broke right across the plate, but outside.
Well, Allen way down at the far end of the bench, which here at Fenway Park is a long way from home plate. Popped up center field into the twilight. And Buxton will wait and make the catch. A scoreless first for both left-handed starting pitchers here tonight.
In baseball from last night, and it's all about a big comeback for the Cleveland Indians. And this is a crazy one. 9-2 was the score for Texas after they batted in the top of the third. But the last 13 runs were scored by the home team. The Indians got 12 runs in innings 5, 6, and 7. Lindor, Chisenhall, and Santana all chipped in with 3 RBIs. Not what the Twins fans wanted to see. A 15-9 win. It's like a softball game last night at Progressive Field. Cleveland had the comeback tonight. Different type of game in Cleveland, guys. The Indians are up 1-0 in the 4th.
Thank you, Kevin. And the 15 runs scored by a team that in 3 games scored 2 against the Twins. I gave up trying to figure out baseball a long time ago. Ball 1 to Miguel Sano. Kepler and Polanco will follow. Tough game though for the Rangers. They had the lead, and it was Cole Hamels' first game back from the disabled list. And the Rangers are going to need longer and better outings from Hamel if they're going to reemerge as a playoff threat, wild card winner. Strike 2 is called, and it's 1-2 to Sano.
Well, in last night's game, Chris Sale and Craig Kimbrell, the closer, really went after Sano with fastballs.
Got a piece.
I don't think Pomeranz has the same weapons to try to get Miguel out with, but it'll be interesting to see if he'll sit on a breaking ball or maybe wait on a changeup, knowing that fastball is not going to blow him away here against Pomeranz. Oh,
the bat or his wrist?
Well, he's not walking to first, so came close to his hands, but hit the bat.
This happened to Kenny Vargas in Cleveland, right off the knob of the bat. Huh. So 1-2. And fouled away. Since 1961, there have been 614 regular season games played between these two teams, and each team has won 307.
That's unbelievable. It really is. That's ridiculous.
1-2. Sano fouls another one. In the first pennant winning year for the Twins, 1965, he played everybody 18 times, and the Twins went 17-1 against the Red Sox in 1965. One and 2 again to Sano, having a long battle with Pomeranz to start the second. Half swing, but he went. And Sano's out on strikes. Another check swing, one down.
Well, that's something Miguel had trouble with last year at times, and he's got to be careful with those check swings where he just can't quite pull the trigger and pull up. See it right here. Pomeranz throwing the off-speed pitch down. Miguel just not being able to pull that bat back.
Here is Kepler. And as the Twins try to help Kepler build his confidence against left-handers, this is a good guy for him to face because he is vulnerable to left-handed hitting. Kepler hitting 172 and the average climbing, having some better at bats, but now he falls behind 0-2. Kepler wearing a guard on his injured right ankle foot area. Up and away, where he fouled the ball off his foot in Cleveland and had to miss a game. Line foul.
You ever put one of those pads on your ankle or your foot? It's not so much about how it affects your swing because you don't really notice it, but try to run from home to first as fast as you can with a lead balloon on your foot.
One and two. And a called third strike, and he knew it. 3 straight strikeouts for Pomeranz. And that'll bring up Jorge Polanco. The game may have turned last night in a bunt situation, and Polanco, in the interpretation of Jeff Kellogg, offered at that pitch. Paul Molitor didn't think so afterwards, or at the time for that matter, but said so afterwards. And it really turned that at bat around. Polanco never got the bunt down. Jimenez ended up bouncing into a double play, and the threat was over. Twins had first and second, nobody out. At a point when they were behind in the game 2-1.
Well, that was a big part of yesterday's game. Kind of surprised Paul didn't encourage him to bunt. He had a couple more strikes left and ends up striking out. Danny Glad and I were talking about it. It's like, well, if you make him try to bunt it twice and he ends up striking out, it's the same thing as what he did.
Right. 1-1 to Polanco. And now 1-2. 2 balls have been put in play against Pomeranz. Ground ball to third and a ground ball to first. And now 3 straight strikeouts.
Well, he's avoided the barrel of the bat so far. Combination of fastballs and breaking balls. A few changeups mixed in. Twins didn't score until the 3rd inning in yesterday's game. Sale cruised through the first 2.
On the ground, right to Pedroia. And another 1-2-3 inning for Drew Pomeranz.
Got in on him.
Eddie Rosario with a combo platter of brilliant catches in left field. In fact, somebody in the booth compared him to Carl Yastrzemski last night. I had a conversation with him today about that. He said he really likes playing in this ballpark because it's simple. You play shallow. If it's way over your head, you get to play the bank off the big monster, but he gets to use his speed. He said speed is his asset, and he loves to use his speed, playing shallow, challenge those hitters, and make plays like that, guys. He loves being out there in left field, and it showed last night in that ball game. That was quite a performance.
Well, thank you, Kevin. You got me excited there for a while. I thought you talked to Carl Yastrzemski about Rosario last night. That would have been something. Down and in, and now it's 2-0.
They were 3 very nice catches, and I thought the last one was even the best of the 3. He was all stretched out. And there's number 8. Batting third, Carl Yastrzemski.
And the comment by me was tongue-in-cheek. But Rosario played left field like he had played it here as long as Yastrzemski had. 3-0. Santiago had some control issues in the first with a walk and a hit batter. The last thing he wants to do is pitch through the second inning under the same duress he did in the first. And it's a 4-pitch walk. So Travis is aboard, and here comes Benintendi. Fox Sports Supports is proud to team up with Positive Coaching Alliance and its mission to develop better athletes, better people, by working to provide all youth and high school athletes a positive, character-building sports experience. Visit foxsportsupports.com to learn more. Another left-handed batter here in Benintendi.
You mentioned something about Santiago in this last at-bat, and that is how much stress is he going to be under here when he's always pitching high pitch count at bats. Starts the inning off with a leadoff walk.
And a first pitch strike. Santiago got the first left-handed batter, Bradley, to fly out to center to end the inning. Now going after the rookie Benintendi. One and one. 29 pitches, 14 strikes, a strike percentage of 48.
Well, you almost expect Hector to have a little bit of struggle with his command. It's been a while since he's been on a major league mound.
The most encouraging thing we've seen so far is the 93-mile-per-hour fastball, because that was the root of some of his problems before he went on the disabled list. His fastball had dropped significantly.
Well, I think what happens is Hector starts trying to guide the ball. And he may do that now already in this game. Start guiding the ball a little, take a little off that fastball instead of letting it go.
Like that. 92 and over for a strike, 2-2.
I know he's been working with Neil Allen a lot about trying to get comfortable with a delivery that he can repeat, and where he feels like it's just comfortable to throw the ball where he wants to, instead of always trying to feel something that isn't been there for him, hasn't been there for him.
Breaking ball and foul back.
You know, another thing you mentioned last night about Andrew Benintendi is that he has the same batting average virtually from the left side as he does the right side, or left-handers versus right-handers. And that's another thing that I just feel remarkable. I mean, he couldn't have the same number of at-bats, but yet his average is the same.
Benintendi takes a fastball at 93 for a strikeout. And that'll bring up Christian Vasquez. Right down the middle.
It's one of those things. He's looking for the breaking pitch, and scouting report must not have been favorable to him, because Hector doesn't throw that many secondary pitches.
Well, when I asked Paul Molitor today what Santiago needs to do against the lefties to get the numbers back to some normalcy against lefties, he said, well, he's got to throw his breaking ball for strikes, and he threw at least one. to Benintendi and then got him to look at a fastball right down the middle.
Yeah, and that sometimes messes with the guy's mind, and that's why we've talked so many times. I know Bert has, I have, about guys that might not feel comfortable with your secondary pitch, but you still have to show it, because you throw one and they might be guessing that in a count like Benintendi just took that fastball right down Broadway.
I know, a fastball for a strike. Yeah, 92. That's what we saw in April.
Yeah, getting ahead. And of course, now he has options. Right-handed hitter. He's going to be able to throw the changeup on the outer part of the plate. Probably won't throw the breaking ball to the right-hander.
Just 3 ground ball double plays for Santiago.
Sitting up on the outside corner.
And missing.
And that one just ended up like a sinker because he didn't pick his back leg off and up and finish off. It just sort of stopped.
66 innings for Santiago on the year, and just the 3 ground ball double plays.
Fastball away.
Up high, 2-1. Devin Marrero on deck. Travis reached with a leadoff walk. Foul. Vasquez 133 at bats, and he's grounded into 9 double plays. You see what I'm doing here? Santiago's struggling, getting one out and
trying to work a double play.
Trying to figure out a way you can get 2 outs on 1 pitch.
Throw it down and away and let him try to pull it over to Polanco.
Down the middle, and it's lifted foul over the tarp. Now they've taken the cover off the tarp.
You said that it was covered because we're done.
That's what
you said. So
that's what I hope.
Your career as a weatherman is in jeopardy.
I haven't been able to get it untracked anyway. Well, we'll hope that we don't have any weather stopping play again. 2-2 to Vasquez. And poke foul. This will be the 40th pitch of the ball game for Santiago. Strike percentage has improved somewhat. A lot of foul balls. Runner goes. And the pitch hit high and deep to left center field. 2-0 Boston. Vasquez hitting his first of the year.
Well, that was a no-doubter. Well up over the monster in left center field. And another fastball down Broadway, I believe. Here's the pitch. And you don't want to throw too many there. It's usually not a good result.
So the leadoff walk comes around to score. And now the number 9 batter, Devin Marrero.
Marrero made a very nice play. The very first play of the game, Brian Dozier hit a ball that really jumped up on him and stayed with him.
Down and in, ball 1. Marrero hitting just 156. hitting 9th in the Boston batting order. Two and 0.
A lot of fastballs. He's trying to locate down and away. Three coaches kind of having a conversation there. Joe Vavra, Neil Allen, Paul Mahler, the manager.
Swing and a miss.
Now Paul's kind of handcuffed here in this series. He needs Hector to try to get somewhat deep into this ball game. His pitch count's climbing already, as you can see. We've got 1 out into the 2nd inning, and he's already thrown 44 pitches, and that's not good. But he might, and I don't know exactly. I don't know if we heard. I know Kevin Gord was saying that he might be in a limited pitch count. I don't know what exactly that means. Something less than 100, I imagine.
2 and 2. And another foul. Another game where nothing's come easy for Santiago.
Well, he's had a tough time early in games. You know, to come out and just dominate the first 3 innings is something that has evaded him.
Popped up behind second. Dozier out. Buxton in, and Buxton calls him off at the last instant, 2 away. And that'll get us to Mookie Betts.
A changeup that kind of jammed him. Marrero did not get the barrel on the ball, and Buxton has plenty of time to come in and make that catch.
Betts struck out to start the ball game. Ball 1.
You just put yourself in such a hole every time you start a hitter out ball 1.
And the hole gets deeper at 2 and 0.
And one thing you can really indicate for the guys that are watching the center field camera, just watch where Jason Castro sets up and how often he hits his glove.
Popped up near the Red Sox dugout, and Mauer with the catch to close out the inning. But a leadoff walk, 1 out home run, and the Red Sox take the first lead 2-0. presented by Northland Ford. Visit buyfordnow.com and your local Northland Ford dealer today. By Grand Casino, the best stories start here. And by Menards. Save big money at Menards on all your home improvement needs. Wouldn't you think that when they built this ballpark back in 1912, they could have come up with some horse-driven pulley system with a retractable roof in 1912?
You know, that's what I was thinking. I suggested it back when I was in rookie ball.
In 1912? Well, we've got the tarp on the field because we expect we're going to get more rain here. There was, after the final out of the bottom of the second inning, a brief conversation between the umpires and the grounds crew. They put the tarp on. So we will have an interruption after a delay of about 50 minutes before first pitch. Hey, that's nothing. We had 4 hours and 50 minutes at Target Field in the last game of the homestand.
Lucky you.
So we're going to have a delay here at Fenway with the score 2-0 Boston. And we'll see how long the delay is and the impact for the two starting pitchers.
Well, it's certainly going to handcuff Paul Molitor if Hector can't go back out there. And if this is, I imagine an hour is the kind of the pivotal part here early in a ball game. Both guys have gotten through 2 innings, and certainly Hector throwing more pitches, but Paul needed him, and this is one of the concerns I know from Paul before the game started, is that, geez, I hope we can start this thing and then continue it. He doesn't want the delay, because if Santiago only went 2 innings, now he's got to really tax his bullpen. And with the doubleheader coming up on Saturday, it's just a kind of a snowball effect in the wrong direction for his staff.
And then from the Boston side too, I mean, Pomerantz is sailing through 2 innings.
Yeah, and I got to believe they're going to be a little more lenient with him coming back out.
Right.
Hector coming off an injury, of course, and not exactly being super sharp in his first 2 innings with pitch count. That'll be more of a concern for Paul, I think, than it would be for Gary DiSarcina, who is the manager tonight.
Turns out John Farrell may have had a good night to be suspended. All right, we're going to have a break, and then Anthony and Tim will have more rain delay coverage with a delay now here at Fenway Park, and you can see the rain is starting to come down. We hope to have more baseball shortly. 15 minutes, but the last time Drew Pomerantz threw a pitch, it was 8:26 Eastern time. So it will be more than an hour and a half between pitches in a game for Pomerantz. But he comes back with a 2-0 lead, and we're about ready to start the third inning.
Yeah, and one of the things that a starting pitcher has to go through, and Pomerantz certainly wants to go back out there because he has 2 runs to work with, number one, but you basically go through all your pregame rituals all over. You get a dry uniform on, you may jump back in the shower and just get refreshed. You know, if guys put on hot stuff on their arm, pregame rub down, all those things just start all over. Basically like starting a new game.
On the first pitch, Rosario lifts it high and deep to left and off the wall. And the first base runner comes on the first pitch after the delay. Rosario banking a double off the monster.
Well, first hit of the ball game comes on the first pitch of the second delay here. You see, it's called getting me over fastball. Try to get ahead of the hitter. And
Eddie likes those, doesn't he?
He was ready for it. And it's one thing Tom Kelly would be proud of. Be ready for that first pitch.
So now Rosario at second base, nobody out. The batter is Byron Buxton. Buxton, now the cross up almost looked like Vasquez got crossed up there. Call to strike. The official time of the delay, an hour and 16. We started the game with a 50-minute delay before first pitch.
Devin Marrero, the third baseman, looks like they're in a preventative bunt situation here. Infield kind of playing halfway in. Anticipating Buxton maybe trying to get the runner over there.
And Rosario will simply try to steal third, and he'll be out. And Rosario, as quickly as he got to second on a double, he's out trying to steal third.
You know, that was a pretty crafty move there that he made. It was a pop-up slide. Let's just see if he somehow gets in there first. No, he tagged his knee.
So now 1-1 the count to Buxton. Inside 2-1. I don't know, frankly, what Eddie was thinking there. You get
those are the mental lapses. I know it frustrates his manager. You know, you've got a leadoff man on second base. A lot of ball game left. Let the hitters do their job. If the manager puts on a play, a bunt, hit and run, that's one thing. But are you really that much better off with no outs to be at third base when you've got three guys to at least come to the plate?
It's not the first thing people learn about the game of baseball, but it's the old adage: you don't make the first or the third out at third base. Yep. 2-2 to Buxton. Foul back. And Pomerantz, who had to be a little flustered, you sit there for an hour and a half, you throw a pitch, and now all of a sudden you got to go into the stretch, and 2 pitches later you're back in the windup again. Castro on deck. Buxton with another foul. If you just joined us, you missed a 50-minute rain delay before first pitch. You missed Hector Santiago's return to the active roster and a couple of laborious innings, including a 2-run home run by Christian Vasquez to make it 2-0. And Buxton strikes out, 2 down. That'll bring us to Jason Castro. Target Field has become the top choice for families throughout Twins territory, celebrating all kinds of special occasions. You can schedule your special event in a fully catered Target Field suite available for groups of 16 to 150 plus. Learn more at twinsbaseball.com/groups to schedule your suite at Target Field. Here's Castro, bases empty, 2 down. One of the reasons Castro was in the starting lineup today, and for that matter Kepler and Mauer and all the left-handed batters, is As we pointed out before the delay, Pomeranz is really struggling against left-handed batters. And Castro would like to enjoy some of that, but he's 0 for 6 with 4 strikeouts against Pomeranz.
Well, at least this time out here as we come back from the rain delay and top of the 3rd inning, he's throwing a lot of fastballs coming right after the hitter. He's got 2 runs to work with.
And now 1 and 2. So Alan Buznitz warming up in the Twins bullpen. He apparently will be the first arm out of the chute. And Castro's handled left-handers better than right-handers. Off the plate, and it's 2 and 2.
Look at it, just a couple inches outside.
One thing that happened during the rain delay, the Twins are back in first place. Indians lost to the Rangers 2-1. Adrian Beltre hit a 9th inning home run, so what, by a percentage point or whatever, the Twins are already a half game ahead of in the standings than they were when we started the game.
So does that mean they're tied right now?
I think there's a percentage point.
Well, it's a percentage point.
The Twins are up by a percent. If the season were to end right now, the Twins would be American League Central champions.
Because Cleveland would be 40 and 36, and the Twins currently are 39 and 35.
Correct. A win and a loss. More than the Twins. Castro strikes out. And a weird resumption with a first pitch double, but yet Pomeranz faces just 3. You're watching Twins baseball presented by State Farm.
The Red Sox, and he has really been good against the Twins. 2 singles last night, already a walk in this game. 360 lifetime average, the 2nd best for him in his career. He's been the 2nd baseman here at Fenway for 10 years. So I talked to Neil Allen, the pitching coach, about how you pitch to him. He said, you've got to get strike 1. If you can get up early in the count, then you can move him around. Then you can work inside out. You can work inside and then finish him off outside. But he's so tough to get ahead because he's got the great eye. He's a cagey veteran. Neil Allen said, just so much respect for the way he approaches the game. Paul Molitor backed it up, guys, by saying this guy's just a pure baseball player. The challenge will be for Alan Buznitz out of the bullpen to get off to a good start right here and keep the Twins in this game and see if they can get the bats cooking as the game progresses.
Absolutely, it'll be Buznitz coming out of the Twins bullpen. And he will face Pedroia, Bogarts, and Young. Hector Santiago's return to the rotation last just 2 innings because of the rain delay. Faced 5 men in the first and 5 men in the second. 2 of them scored.
Well, I think it's become commonplace for almost every hitter to have a very healthy swing. But we have to go back a few years when Dustin Pedroia broke into the big leagues, and here's a guy under 5 feet, it seems like, that came up and swung like he was 10 feet.
Fouled back.
He does not get cheated, and he'll do that early in the count, and he will do it late in counts. But look at that career average versus a single opponent against the Twins, a 360 batting average lifetime against Minnesota.
Buznitz pitched an inning last night, effective inning, striking out 1, and now he's back in there for the 3rd inning, delivering low, ball 1. I think Pedroia is on everyone's top 10 list of players they enjoy watching play.
Well, and you know, there's a guy in Houston right now that is very similar in a lot of ways, in stature, in the way they play the game, and Jose Altuve. And Altuve's kind of one-up Pedroia here in the last few years with total hits per year. A lot of similarities, though, and they play the game the right way. And I'll tell you, as a former pitcher, these guys would be tough outs. See, he did not break his hands and get the bat head out over the plate.
2-2 from Buznitz to Pedroia.
Their strike zone's about the size of a matchbox. Look at that.
He did what he did last night against Matt Belisle. 2 strikes, putting the ball in play, putting the barrel on it, and getting a base hit. And that'll bring up Bogaerts.
Well, it's one thing Paul talked about today, and I've seen, you've seen it, Dick, so many times, where this guy is willing to go the other way here at Fenway. And ball's out, middle half of the plate, down, but he's thinking shooting the ball to right field, and behind the ball a little bit, goes the other way.
And now Bogaerts.
See the numbers there, he hits it everywhere.
Buznitz gets ahead of Bogaerts, 1 strike. Buznitz succeeding Santiago, and they both came to the Twins in the same trade, the Nolasco Alex Meyer trade. Santiago, of course, came directly to the Twins in early August. Buznitz finished last year in the minor leagues, had a good start in the minor leagues this year. The need arose. The Twins are taking a good hard look at a hard throwing right hand.
Very, very live arm. You saw the fastball in the high 90s, got a really nice breaking ball. It's just a matter of fine tuning that and having more consistency and efficiency, I guess. You just want a young kid, no matter if he throws in the low 90s or high 90s, you want him to be able to locate his pitches. And that truly is the art of pitching.
2-1 to Bogaerts. Toward the hole, and it'll bleed through. Pedroia around second. He'll hold there. So if the ground balls hit at somebody, maybe a double play, but there was a big hole in the left side of the infield, and Bogaerts found it.
That can be frustrating for a young kid, an older veteran, is when you make a pitch and you get a result that's favorable, meaning a ground ball, but it still finds a way through. A couple hops, not super hardly hit, but the right spot. Of course, hitters will tell you that's what they had in mind. That's exactly what they tried to do. Darn hitters.
Here's Chris Young, hit a fly ball to Kepler his first time up. Missing low at 97 miles per hour. Chop. Foul.
We talked about it last night, and just another reminder that these are opportunities for young kids. Now, he's getting his chance. This is the big leagues, and very important inning for him. We don't know if it's 1 inning or 2 innings, maybe more, that Paul would like him out there in the mound, but you've got to keep that team in the game, your team in the game, by limiting the runs.
Missing low, 2-1. Greg Breslow warming up down in the Twins bullpen. Given the fact that Business pitched an inning last night.
Yeah, it's highly unlikely he's going to throw more than one.
To left center field. Buxton over for the catch. And Pedroia bluffs a tag. In fact, it might have been just a factor of Buznitz facing the right-handed batters with Jackie Bradley Jr. coming up. We'll see whether the Twins let Buznitz pitch through the inning here.
Well, I don't know how long Breslow's been up and throwing. I'm not sure he's ready yet.
And two, you're not, I mean, this is just the third inning. You can't really mix and match yet either. But Breslow is warming up for a reason.
Yeah, he's been up for a while, I guess. And veteran like Craig Breslow doesn't usually need a lot of pitches to be ready to come in, but they're going to let him, Buznitz, pitch to Bradley Jr.
Up and away, ball one. Now, postscript on Hector Santiago. Two difficult innings, but two slivers of encouragement. One, he got the two left-handed batters out, which has been an issue, and he showed 93 miles per hour regularly with his fastball. One of the issues the Twins had, and one of the reasons they put him on the disabled list in the first place, the fastball was down to like 87, 88. So to show 93 might signal a healthier shoulder.
Let's hope that's the case.
2-0 now to Jackie Bradley Jr. He had a fly ball to center against Santiago and a foul back. And because he's coming off the disabled list, Twins aren't going to risk anything with him, where the Red Sox don't have that issue with Pomerantz, so they felt a lot more comfortable coming back and putting him back on the mound.
Well, after 2 innings, almost 50 pitches, 40-some pitches, he was probably going to be limited to 70, maybe 75.
Right.
So, yeah, after an hour and 10-minute rain delay, there's no sense taking any chances, and that's why Alan Buznitz is on the mound for the Twins.
2-1 to Bradley. 2-2.
Buznitz certainly has a live arm. Fastball in the high 90s. He's got a good, solid breaking ball. A lot of kids that throw in the high 90s, they get to the big leagues and they really fall in love with the fastball, which is all fine and dandy as long as they can locate it on both sides of the plate, up and down.
That was the issue with Ryan Presley. At first, late in spring training with Presley, he had no command of the breaking ball, and then the lack of command kind of seeped onto his fastball.
You see 13 fastballs out of 18 pitches, 95 miles an hour or higher. So Twins pretty excited about having a guy like Presley with a live arm, just hoping that he's able to command to get ahead and then be able to use the offbeat secondary pitch.
To center field. Buxton charges, and Pedroia will be held. The throw way over everybody.
Look at Pedroia.
And he will score. Buxton with a throw that was airmailed to the backstop on the fly. And they were going to hold Pedroia at third base, and it will be a costly error on Buxton in center.
Well, two things to note here. First of all, Brian Buxton charges this ball after it's hit. Here's the contact from Bradley Jr. And Buxton jumps right away. You can see him react to the baseball. By doing that, charging the ball, he's got it in his glove before Pedroia gets to third. So Brian Butterfield, the third base coach, has to stop Dustin Pedroia. But Pedroia, being the smart player that he is, sees the ball's overthrown, and he's just going to keep going.
Infield in now, and down and away, ball one. Now pitcher gives up the base hit. His job is to back up home plate, but you can't go all the way to the backstop, can you? Buznitz was.
Well, you're not going to have time, really.
Right.
You've got to, you're running further than the third base, the guy running to third base. That's a long way from the mound to the backstop here.
1-0. And now 2-0. No run batted in, a single for Bradley, and an error charged to Buxton. It's down the right field line, and Kepler has no play. 2-1. Buznitz greeted by 3 singles. And now coming to the mound is Dozier along with Castro and Polanco.
Well, one thing that throwing error also did is it allowed Bradley to go to second base, and that eliminates the routine double play, a ground ball to the infield.
Twins have come out of the break with a couple of mistakes. Rosario's ill-fated base stealing attempt and Buxton's throw, allowing the Red Sox to get at least one more here in the third. 2-1 the count to Travis.
Just 2 more strikes than balls out of 22 pitches. That's not the ratio you want.
There's a breaking ball for a called strike, and Buznitz will take all of those he can get. That's a big pitch for him. He's got to be able to throw that for a strike.
You don't have to throw it a lot, but you have to throw it enough to keep that hitter honest. We saw Santiago get a strikeout early in this game against Benintendi.
There's a liner, and it'll be a double play.
Got a break there.
Bogarts headed for home, and the ball was hit right at the shoe tops of Polanco. 3 hits, a run for the Red Sox, 3-0.
The #1 selling brand in the Twin Cities. And by State Farm. Combine home and auto and see how much money you can save.
Pedroia's leadoff single in the bottom of the third, an alert base running play. Red Sox got an unearned run and now lead it 3-0, and the Twins will start the second time through the batting order. Just joined us and wondering why we're only entering the 4th inning. We had a 50-minute rain delay before the game, and then an hour and 15-minute rain delay after the 2nd inning. And if it seems like we've had a lot of rain delays the last couple of years, we have. But how many rain delays in his career do you suppose Wayne Terwilliger has had?
He's 92.
Today he's 92, and one of the best people ever to wear a Twins uniform, the first base coach for the '87 team and the '91 team. Wayne Terwilliger, we hope, is celebrating his 92nd birthday in grand style.
Yes, we do. What a great guy, great coach, great friend.
Brian Dozier takes inside. It's 1-1. And I don't know this, but I hope Wayne is His health will allow him to come for the '87 reunion. I don't know whether that's he's on the get. I know he's been invited. Dozier with a sharp single to center. And the Twins are on the board, not on the board, but they're on the bases in the 4th inning.
Well, they got a double to lead off the top of the 3rd. Now a single to lead off the top of the 4th. We'll see what Paul has in mind. Trailing by 3, of course. You've got a very unlikely that Dozier is going to try to steal here unless he can get a great jump off Pomeranz.
Here's Escobar. Squaring and taking ball 1.
Change up and away. Sox playing straight away. Marrero in on the grass at 3rd, just in case Escobar might try to lay one down.
Big swing by Escobar. Foul. See if the Twins can build an inning here against Pomeranz.
Well, that's just it. It's at bat to at bat. You don't want to try to get in front of yourself here. Home runs are nice, and Fenway, I think it really can mess with the visiting team a lot when they come in here thinking they can pound the ball over the wall and monster in left field.
Swing and a miss, 1 and 2.
But as you watch the Red Sox play at home, you see guys like Pedroia and Bogarts and Betts going to right field, and they'll get their home runs here on mistakes that pitchers leave up and over the plate. But their game plan is to use all that spacious right field, center field grass out here in Fenway.
Up, and it's 2 and 2. Bauer next. Sano and the Twins would love to send about 7 or 8 guys to the plate here and cover up that early 3-0 deficit. It's a liner caught by Marrero. And Escobar is the first out. That'll bring up Mauer. Mauer struck out swinging his first time up. Pomeranz had a 1-2-3 first, a 1-2-3 second. Picked up 3 strikeouts in the first 2 innings.
Yeah, Pomeranz already has 5 strikeouts through 3 1/3. Joe had a great series in Cleveland and then got the day off here in the first game of this series last night.
Fastball over the inside corner. Talked about hitters coming in here, inexperienced players, and changing their game. And of course, for Mauer, this ballpark was built for him, even though it was built 100 years before, or 80 years anyway, before he was ever born.
They're playing Joe straight away, which is a little bit odd. You don't see that very often. Betts has shifted over a little bit towards center field. There's a lot of room down the right field line when you consider the pesky pole and that big round corner in right field.
And I would think that's in part why Betts is where he's at rather than more in right center. I mean, you've got a lot of ground to protect in right field.
Yeah, there's a lot of room right now.
And down and away, it's 2-1.
But if you pitch Joe away, rarely does he try to pull the ball. So that's what they're trying to do. That's the strategy. Pitch him away, let him have his hits to left. And because of the monster, Benintendi is playing shallower than normal baseball parks, even though he's deep in this one right now.
Over for a strike, 2-2.
Took something off that breaking ball, and Joe just kind of got locked up and took the pitch. See him shift out, pitching him away.
3-2 with Sano on deck.
56 pitches now for Palmer.
39 strikes, so 70 strike percentage. Overall numbers okay, but he's been pitching better as of late. He's been staked to an early 3-0 lead. Full count to Mauer.
They're going to go with the breaking pitch.
This one lifted to left. Benintendi still on the grass, makes the catch, 2 down. That'll bring up Sano. Tune in tomorrow night for special Sano coverage as we help with his final push for the All-Star game. The Twins Red Sox game will feature additional insight on Miguel on Fox Sports North Plus channel. It's Twins Double Play with enhanced and interactive Sano content. Tune in tomorrow at 5:30 p.m. and don't forget to vote. Miguel had about a 200,000 vote lead nationally in the voting for third base. Just a couple days left to vote.
Well, he can help his cause with the bat in his hand right here.
Fastball over the inside corner. Speed pitch, and Sano waits but can't connect. 0-2.
I had an interesting conversation today on a radio show that I do every Tuesday, and I suggested that as Miguel Sano goes, so goes the Twins offense. You buy into that?
Yes. I think I said 2 months ago, this is Miguel's team right now. A high fly to left.
Hit it off the end.
Benintendi with room. The Twins get a leadoff single. But then Pomeranz retires the next 3 batters. with most of the activity tonight from the grounds crew.
Yeah, 50-minute rain delay to start the game, and then Hector Santiago gives up the 2 runs that he does give up on a single swing from Christian Vasquez, and that puts the Red Sox up 2-0. They come back and score 1 more in the third. Another hour and 15-minute rain delay in the third, but Drew Pomeranz decides to come back out, and after giving up a leadoff hit to Brian Dozier, he has 3 straight outs after that.
Craig Breslow will pitch for the Twins. Breslow had some good years here with the Red Sox, including when they won the World Series in 2013. 5-2, a 1.81 earned run average, an opponent batting average of .228. New England native, and he will pitch at least through the 4th inning. Benintendi takes ball 1.
Yeah, this is his part of the country. Went to college here.
Connecticut native, born in New Haven.
Probably was a Sox fan growing up.
A strike, and it's 1-1. It's not an elective. I think if you're born here, you have to be a Boston Red Sox fan, don't you?
Well, I think if you're far enough towards Canada, you might have been a Montreal fan, but not a whole lot of other options.
Now with 2 strikes, Escobar will trot over to the right side of the infield. 1-2 to Benintendi. Vasquez will be next, and then Marrero. And Breslow strikes out Benintendi. Join us Saturday, August 5th for the Women's Baseball Experience. Twins, clinicians, and members of the coaching staff will be providing instruction at Target Field. Participants will get the full experience of what it's like being a Major League Baseball player. To learn more and register today, visit twinsbaseball.com/women's clinics. Vasquez will hit with a man aboard in the second. He hit his first home run in 265 at bats. A no-doubter over the monster. And Breslow starts him with a strike.
So I have another question for you.
Okay.
Referring back to Breslow and growing up in this area. It's considered here in New England the Red Sox nation. And here in Minnesota we have Twins territory. So the question is, what's larger, a nation or a territory?
Well, I think the Red Sox would claim pretty much all of New England, right? And a lot of states included in that, a lot of small states, but still states. Twins territory, including Minnesota and South Dakota and parts of Iowa, parts of Wisconsin.
Yeah, but I think it's that New England attitude that the nation is from New England to South California. And of course, Twins territory goes from Mexico all the way up to the Arctic.
Right. Okay.
So I don't know. It's an argument that I guess it's in the eyes of the beholder.
Well, let's not argue about it, Jack. We just started working together
it
last
bugged
night.
me. I remember when Jerry Remy was talking about Red Sox nation. I said nation.
Right.
The only nation is Toronto. They have the whole country by themselves up there.
Right. 1-2 to Vasquez, and now 2-2. Because of the rain delay and the 6 outs, only 6 outs registered by Hector Santiago, you can imagine the Twins making some roster moves after the game. The Twins have Mejia going tomorrow. I don't think anyone is counting on him giving the Twins 6 or 7 innings. It might happen.
Well, it's really going to depend on how the bullpen navigates through the rest of this ball game. Vucinic pitched an inning yesterday, so you knew that he might not pitch more than 1, which he didn't.
Right, and probably won't be available tomorrow.
Right, and now Breslow, they'd love to, I imagine, get at least 2, maybe 3 out of him.
Right. Boshears has pitched 2 2/3 innings in the last 2 games.
I don't think Buddy's going to be available, and unless they're in front, he doesn't like to use Rogers or Duffy. Hildenberg will probably be getting an inning.
Vasquez draws a walk. They'll bring up Marrero. And he again, the Twins, for the first time this year, felt they had someone who could fill the bill of a long reliever, Dylan G. And he was with the team for about 4 days, never got in a game. And to accommodate Santiago being included to the roster, they sent Dylan G to Rochester.
It's just ironic how it all works out, because they were hoping that he would get some innings. He hasn't gotten innings in a while, and they wanted a situation to come up where he might be extended and get some, you know, 3-4 innings out of the bullpen.
Swing and a miss, 1 strike.
And that didn't happen up until the possibility could have happened tonight. But like you said, he was sent out last night.
Marrero hit a fly ball to Buxton his first time up. Hitting just 155 on the season. Runner goes. And Castro's throw. Not in time. A high throw. Dozier gestures towards the dugout like you might want to take a look at that. The throw a little bit escalated, and Dozier had to catch it shoulder high and try to drop the tag.
Well, I think the throw ended up beating the runner, but whether or not Dozier was able to get the tag on him, I think that bottom foot, back foot was in first. Here's a better look for all of us.
Yeah, very close.
It's close, but I don't think there's anything to overrule it or overturn it.
And Paul Molitor says no play on. You can see the foot stopped by the bag. So a stolen base for the Boston catcher.
Yeah, catcher off a catcher.
And the count is 0-2 to Marrero. Fouled back. We mentioned before, well, between rain delays, that the Red Sox are being managed tonight by Gary DiSarcina because John Farrell has been handed a 1-game suspension for making contact with an umpire, Bill Miller, over the weekend. So where do you suppose John Farrell is? Is he at some restaurant up at Marblehead, or is he in the bowels of Fenway Park someplace?
Yeah, I got to believe he's here somewhere. That's managers. It's in their blood.
0-2. Down and away, 1-2. The other managerial absence is of more concern in baseball. Terry Francona had to leave the ball game last night, and he went through a battery of tests and everything checked out fine, but Chris Antonetti, the Cleveland general manager, refused Francona's request to manage tonight, and so Terry had to sit out tonight. They hope he'll be back tomorrow. Chop foul.
Now you're reading me one of his quotes. I think you should share it with our listeners. It's pretty funny.
He said doctors, everything's checked out fine, but doctors have not ruled out his allergic reaction to Brad Mills, his bench coach and longtime best friend. And Mills presumably managed the Indians tonight in their 2-1 loss to Texas. Terry, one of the most popular people in baseball, and we certainly wish him the very, very best. 1-2. This bottom of the 4th inning is dragging on here, and now it's 2-2. Benintendi struck out. Vasquez drew a walk, stole second. This game really isn't gaining much traction here. 2-2 to the number 9 batter. Breslow's thrown 17 pitches, 10 strikes. Another foul. This was the altercation with Bill Miller. A balk was called right there. A little movement.
Yeah, he did move. Fernando Abad, former Twin pitcher, kind of shifted his weight and moved his hand. Now, what Farrell's claiming is that the umpire called timeout.
Right.
But the home plate umpire and the crew chief decided that no, he had balked prior to it happening, and then it got a little heated. And this is what fans are missing. This is what Earl Weaver was great at. And I don't know if you like it or not. It's kind of childish in a lot of ways, but it's entertaining.
To right center field. Buxton tracking it. Can't make the catch off the tip of his glove. Vasquez around third. They're going to hold him. And it'll be a double, not scoring the runner at second base. Great effort by Buxton. And he almost made the catch of the year.
Well, it was also a great effort from Max Kepler to be able to get to this ball after it goes off the glove of Byron Buxton. We get to see it unfold here. Buxton takes a final leap after it, doesn't land in his glove, but Kepler keeps after the baseball. It kind of goes up underneath that overhang out there under the tarp, and the runner has to wait to see if Buxton's going to catch this. Even though he stole a base as a catcher, Ryan Butterfield holds him up at third base, wants to keep the inning alive.
Vasquez was trying to gain third base in the event of Buxton's ability to make a super catch. He certainly made more than his share of those. So he was shuffling back towards second when the ball deflected off his glove. So a rarity. A runner at second not scoring on a double. The Twins bring the infield in for Mookie Betts. Betts out in front, strike one. Breslow's thrown a whole bunch of pitches, 20 of them, and he only has recorded one out.
Yeah, the pace has definitely slowed down since this game has resumed.
Outside, 1-1. When the Twins were on their last road trip, and it seemed like every day there were roster moves to be made, it was a little more complicated because the Twins were on the West Coast, and Rochester, last time I checked, is closer to the East Coast. If the Twins decide to fly to right center field, and Buxton, almost the same spot on the field, will make the catch, everyone moves up a base, and it's 4-0 Boston. 2 away on a sacrifice fly, and Marrero advances to third while Vasquez scores.
One of the things that also is complicated here is Paul's trying to get Breslow through a couple innings, but 22 pitches already with 2 outs recorded in this inning, so that doesn't help his cause a lot.
And the way this game is going, 2 in the second, 1 in the third, 1 so far here in the fourth. Chris Jimenez might be going, oh no, not again.
He might be leading the team in innings pitched in this game.
Strike one. Pedroia with a walk, a single, and a run scored. Fouled back. Kansas City jumped on Justin Verlander in the first inning. They scored 3 runs on 5 hits against Verlander in the first, but then they didn't score the rest of the way, and the Tigers came back to beat Kansas City. White Sox had a 1-0 lead. Great start by Jose Quintana, but now the Yankees have scored 3 late. And they lead Chicago 3-1 in the 8th inning. Quintana's pitching awfully well right now, which is fueling even more speculation that the White Sox might deal him. Just off the outside corner, Castro held it. Jeff Kellogg wouldn't call it. Foul back. We mentioned Dylan G, who was sent down yesterday. He could be added and would be considered a candidate to be added to the roster as the 26th man come Saturday when the Twins have a doubleheader in Kansas City. He can't simply be recalled prior to being on the Rochester roster for 10 days unless there is an injury, and we don't wish that on anybody. But it's not like you can just say, well, hey, we need you tomorrow, come on back. Castro knocks it down anyway. 2-2. This is the 100th pitch of the ball game for the Twins.
Bottom of the 4th inning. Not necessarily a good thing to have that many heaves up there already.
Same words, different orders. Necessarily not a good thing.
Well, it's definitely not a good thing. Let's just get it straight.
Foul back.
Too many pitches. That's why they're trailing by 4 right now. Although there hasn't been that many free bases, only 3 walks.
Well, unfortunately, the type of pitcher Hector Santiago is, with a lot of pitches thrown per inning, and now Buznitz had his inning where he threw too many pitches, and obviously now Breslow blasted to left center field, and it'll be another run. The carom comes to Buxton. Here's a throw, and it's a better throw, and Pedroia is thrown out. So Buxton playing the carom wonderfully, throwing Pedroia out, but the Red Sox add 2 more. Pepsi fan of the game. Young girl showing her Twins pride.
See how big Twins territory is? Extends from Minneapolis all the way to the East Coast.
Pretty good seats. She's excited, obviously, to see her Twins play. Max Kepler will lead off the 5th, and the lead keeps growing for Drew Pomeranz. Kepler, Polanco, and Rosario will hit. He's got a lot of work to do, and Kepler takes strike 1.
Well, the Twins have had base runners to lead off the last 2 innings. See if Kepler can make it 3 in a row. Maybe effectively produce a run.
Chop to the right side, easy 2-hopper for Pedroia, 1 away. And we'll bring up Polanco. Polanco with a ground ball to Pedroia to end the 2nd inning. And then the umpires made the right choice. The grounds crew no sooner got the tarp on the field, and it came down, and it came down in sheets. And the fact that after the tarp was taken off, we were able to play so quickly was because the infield didn't need any treatment.
Yeah.
It was a very prudent decision by the umpires to call the game when they did, or suspend the game when they did. 1-0 to Polanco. And now a strike.
It's funny, certain ballparks, and this is something we haven't talked about yet, have chalk for the batter's box and the umpire's position behind the plate. And here at Fenway, they have some kind of other material. It's not chalk.
It's laid into the ground.
It's into the ground, and I don't know if it's rubber. There it is right there, but the way they apply it is they take a broom and clean it off.
Baselines are the same thing.
Yeah, and I don't know what that'd be like to slide on. That's the only question I'd have.
On the ground and drop, and Polanco will reach. Marrero committing an error. Let's see if the Twins can take advantage of the Boston mistake. Join Fox Sports North at the next viewing party. It comes up tomorrow beginning at 5:30 p.m. at Maynard's and Excelsior. Watch Minnesota take on Boston. Enjoy specials, prizes, and more. Visit foxsportsnorth.com/events for details. I mentioned this man's name coincidentally with Rosario coming to the plate, not because Rosario's coming to the plate. He doubled off the wall. He had a 3-home run game a few games ago. There's a gentleman, Twins fans, if they haven't heard of him already, they need to be aware of Zach Granite, the minor league player of the year last year at AA. He was hurt late in spring training, got a late start to his Rochester season. 3 more hits tonight. He's hitting .370 at AAA.
I was in Rochester on Thursday. He got 2 hits that night. He had 3 hits the night before, so he was the talk of Rochester for all the front office people that I met.
The problem the Twins have, of course, is they don't want to, as much as he's demanding it, they don't want to bring him up here and not play.
No, that'd be the worst thing.
So at whose expense then? And this is where the debate will rage for Twins fans. Who would be the odd man out in the event the Twins call up Zach Granite? Would it be Rosario? Would it be Buxton? Would it be Kepler?
Well, the logical thing would be one of those guys would have to be traded.
Or demoted. You know, I think there's still options left on all 3.
I know. I'm not even saying that.
Right.
I'm just saying the likelihood of them being demoted. I don't know if that's the reality.
1-2 to Rosario. And that kicks away from the catcher, and Vasquez has no idea where it is. Polanco will advance to second on a wild pitch. And that's the debate. You know, some Twins fan might think, well, Buxton's struggling at the plate. Let's move him. But not fielded well at all by Vasquez.
No, that's not how you block a ball. He backhanded it and tried to pick it instead of putting that chest down and keeping the ball in front.
Now 2-2 to Rosario. Of the 3, if you were an opposing general manager, who would be the most marketable outfielder for you? Who would you be the most interested in?
Well, I think long run it would have to be between Buxton and Kepler. You know, both have tremendous upside.
Chopped up the line.
Twins have no interest. Is the other line there?
Safe. And Gary DiSarcina may come out and argue that Rosario ran out of the base path.
No question he did. And he wants to review it to see. And you know, from our angle, we're above everybody up here. Look at how he takes a right turn, goes well beyond the line.
He slid out of the running lane. I don't know that that is a reviewable play. In fact, I know it is not, because it is in front of the umpires. Well, Carl Willis will come out and talk to Pomerantz as the Twins, in rather quirky fashion, have a threat here in the 5th inning. The ruling would be a base hit for Rosario. So we've had an error, a wild pitch, and Rosario eluding the tag of Sam Travis. First and third, 1 out.
He's getting used to that. He's coming up a little short every time and has to figure out how to deke the guy with the ball in his hand.
And now a big at bat for Buxton, who struck out swinging his first time up. Buxton's average down to 198. It was up in the 2 teens about a week ago. And a base hit to left. The Twins are on the board. Buxton with an RBI single. And that'll bring up Jason Castro.
Well, he jumps all over that first pitch fastball. His bat was out in front. He pulls the ball through the hole. Nice crisp single and an RBI. See the ball middle half in. Ball thigh high. Byron gets the barrel on the ball.
Well, the Twins spotting the Red Sox the first 5 runs, now trying to crawl back into the game. They have taken advantage of the error by Marrero. And now Castro, who against Pomeranz is 0 for 7 with 5 strikeouts, including his strikeout in the 3rd inning.
Well, I hope Eddie Rosario has the mindset to stay where he's at. Let this inning unfold.
Ball 1. Rosario was out trying to steal 3rd after his leadoff double in the 3rd.
Not the smartest decision on his part back in the 3rd inning.
Side 2-0, and Pomeranz really struggling here in the 5th inning. It's not all his own fault here. He's had an error on Polanco's ground ball. That should have been an out. And Rosario should have been retired. He should be off the field already. There's a familiar face and name. Blaine Boyer.
Former Twin and Brewer.
2-0 now to Castro. Taken for ball 3, and Dozier, if Castro reaches, Dozier would represent the tying run. What we have seen from Castro is reasonably what the Twins can expect offensively. 221 his batting average at this at bat. In his last 3 years in Houston, he hit 222, 211, and 210. Double digits in home runs. He's hit 6 so far, and if he wanted to hit number 7 here, I don't think anyone would mind.
Well, 3-0 count. You got to sit dead red and look for it, kind of keyhole it.
Takes a strike at the knees. Thought it might have been low. 4 years ago, Castro made the All-Star team when he hit 276. With 18 home runs, 56 runs batted in. But that year really stands out in his year-to-year ledger. 3-1 from Pomeranz. Got a pitch up, and he tried to hit it down by the pesky pole.
Yeah, that was a healthy swing. And that's why it's so important for pitchers to pitch ahead. Guys take swings like that when they know what's coming. It's got to be a fastball. And he comes unglued on that one, but might have overswung.
Big pitch here. It's 3-2. Strike 3. 2 down. Pomeranz continues to dominate Castro, who's now 0 for 8 with 6 strikeouts against him.
Well, it's his first strikeout since coming back after the rain delay. Number 6 on the day for Pomeranz. Up and away.
Dozier with a ground ball to 3rd and a single to center. Strike called. Dozier back away.
I don't know what the the signs are for Pomeranz, but you can see the catcher, Christian Vasquez, he showed inside and outside, so it was whether he got the right pitch. And now Pomeranz taking his time, making sure they're on the same page.
Outside, 1-1.
See, his highest pitch count was in the 5th inning, 20 pitches. Very good first inning to start the game. But anything around 15 is considered a good inning.
Outside and low, 2-1. Yesterday, the Indians were behind 9-2 and came back at home, but came back to beat the Rangers, and now the Twins hoping to do something similar here at Fenway Park. They're going to come back. They might need a hit here from Dozier. Get them at least 1 run closer. 2-1. Tried for a 3-run homer and missed. It's 2-2.
Let's watch his head. Where was his head on this? He kind of pulls off a little, but it's after the fact.
Right.
So I guess I saw something after the fact.
2-2. Pomeranz survives a weird inning. The Twins get one back on a Buxton RBI single, and it's 5-1.
Down and away and gets his 7th strikeout. Won the Red Sox. Twins fans, don't forget it. Twins home games. Bring your Circle Me signs, and if you get circled, you may find yourself in the Minnesota Lottery's winner's circle, where you could win $100 worth of lottery scratch-off tickets, courtesy of the Minnesota Lottery.
Xander Bogaerts will lead off the 5th, and Craig Breslow will start the 5th, pitching for the Twins. Twins getting 2 innings from their starter, Hector Santiago, and they weren't good by any means, but he did throw 93 miles per hour and did retire a couple of left-handed batters. Areas of concern for Santiago. Twins opted not to bring Santiago back. The Red Sox brought Pomeranz back. About an hour and a half for Pomeranz between pitches. That's generally about the max, isn't it?
It is, in today's game especially, but early in the ball game, and you know, he's got a couple runs to work with. He's trying to maybe navigate through 6 now. I think he's got a little less than 90 pitches, so already 31 pitches for Breslow. And I know Paul would love to have gotten him through 3 innings. But you don't want to, waste him today with 2 more games in this series.
Right.
So it's a touchy situation. There's Drew Pomeranz, and it looks like he's going to stick around, maybe try to pitch the top of the 6th.
2-1 to Bogaerts. 3-1. What was the longest you ever had delay interrupt your start where you went back out and picked up the game?
Well, it's my recollection that there was a game in Detroit. I had pitched 4 innings. It started raining. I had a nice little lead.
3-2.
And the rain came and lasted 3 hours and 40 minutes. And I talked Sparky into letting me go back out.
You did not. 3 hours and
3:40, and just went through the whole routine all over. And he wanted me to come out, and I said, I'm not coming out. I got a win here. You can't take away a win from me. And he said, all right, go on out there. And I finished the game.
3 hours and 40 minutes?
It was a different time, Dick. Yeah. I'd love to say it, and I might as well say it. What the heck? It was when men were men. Either that or we were really stupid.
You're probably pulling up down all of about 34,000 that year, so you were also expendable, right?
Oh, well, we're always expendable.
not at $8 million a year, you're not.
That's what Sparky taught us, and he was right. Never did I agree with him at the time, but he said, boys, someday you're going to take this uniform off and the game will never miss a beat. And boy, was he right.
3-2 to the leadoff man here in the 5th. There was a game here a few years ago, and Clay Buchholz was the starter for the Red Sox, and there was a long delay after like the 2nd or 3rd inning. Chopper to short. It's going to be a tough play with Polanco firing it across, safe at first. Polanco's throw made Mauer stretch, and I don't see any indication from Joe where he thought that he might have gotten the out. The Twins will take a look at it, though.
Both the runner and the position player, in this case Polanco, did everything they could. Polanco gets rid of the ball fairly quick. Mauer makes a great pick with his foot on the base, but you see Bogaerts beat it out.
So an infield hit for Bogaerts after another long at bat, and it'll bring up Chris Young. Buchholz came back after a long delay like Pomeranz did, and he stayed loose. And as I recall, it was in the middle of an inning, but he stayed loose in the tunnel in the batting cage, throwing occasionally, like 20 pitches and then sitting down like it was an inning break, and they were able to get him through 5 innings that way, where he normally might have gone 7. He just pitched a couple innings during the delay in the bullpen, or in the batting cage.
Yeah, I think everybody's got their own routine. For me, it was just a case where I didn't feel like I had thrown that much or exerted myself in the first couple of innings, so I just went up, took a shower. I knew it was going to be everybody told us it was going to be a long delay, and I had plenty of time to get all my pregame routine done again. I had a dry uniform on. I was able to go in the training room, get some hot stuff put on my arm. I was able to kind of get my weights and get the blood flow going, and work up a little sweat before I went to the bullpen. I had plenty of time to warm up again, so it was almost like I started the game all over.
Not that it matters. Was it at Tiger Stadium? Or
it was.
It was, okay.
It was at Tiger Stadium.
2-0 to Chris Young. And now a strike that covers the inside corner.
Well, this is one of those innings where your team scores you a run and you want to shut down the other team. You've gotten a run closer to getting back into this game, and Bogaerts gets on with a leadoff infield hit. See Matt Belisle warming up now in the Twins bullpen.
It's 1 3-ball count after another.
Yeah, and 41 pitches already, only 1 inning recorded. That's just a heck of a lot of pitches for 3 outs.
Three and 1 to Young. 1/3 of the crowd still here at Fenway Park from when they opened the gates.
Now this is a guy who pitched here in Boston, so they're really happy to see him back.
Helped him win a World Series.
Crowd showed that they're still here. Booing Craig Breslow for throwing over to first.
I'll go ahead. Throw over there one more time. Inside. And throws to first. All for naught because he's ended up walking Young anyway. First and second, nobody out. Let's go find Kevin Gordon.
Yeah, guys, had a conversation with Max Kepler during the rain delay about playing out in right field. He said he got his feet wet last year in that lone series the Twins played here in Boston. He said it's very intimidating. It's a big outfield, one of the biggest he's ever seen. He said good to come here yesterday, get some extra work in. He said he has a lot of fun playing here, though. He really respects the history of this stadium, and we saw the great hustle in that big area out in right field and that double off of Buxton's glove. So he's certainly adapting well for a young player at Fenway Park.
Thank you,
stuff,
Kevin.
Kev.
First and second.
And you know, we talk about it a lot about how certain outfields have a lot of room. Well, when the dimensions are the same from the foul pole and right to the foul pole and left, it's hard for me to buy into that. But this ballpark definitely is unique because it's built on a square city block, and it goes a lot further, a lot more depth, 380 to the bullpen in right field, where it's only, I don't even know what it is down the left field line.
Ball one.
Max Kepler has a lot of room to cover out there in right field is what I'm trying to get at. And he's playing deep right now with Bradley Jr. at the plate.
1-0 to Bradley. Fly ball to center in the first, single in the third. 2-0, and Breslow's having a hard time throwing strikes when the Twins need him to do that. Then you have the optical illusion here too. Whatever it is to left field, you've got a huge wall, and it appears when you stand down on the field that the wall's right behind third base. Then the short wall in right, 380 feet from home plate, and it looks like it's a quarter mile from home plate.
Yeah, and of course you got that crazy angle out at 420 in right center, just a little to the right of the center fielder.
Could be two. Dozier bounces it off his wrist, and a run will score. Hard ground ball. Taylor made double play, and Dozier had it carry him off his wrist, it looked like. Just been an untidy game.
Well, Brian got his feet a little twisted around. Paul Molitor going to come out and make a move. That'll be it for Breslow. Belisle will be coming in out of the bullpen.
So the Red Sox keep adding runs. The Twins have just been given a run, an unearned run. And now a run scorer, still nobody out in the fifth, and we're about to see our fourth Twins pitcher. tonight. Breslow didn't throw enough strikes. Managed to get just 3 outs. He had a double play grounder waiting for him and for his last batter that he faced, but that was booted, and now Matt Belisle is the 4th Twins pitcher.
Well, Belisle came into last night's game and he did not record an out. Gave up a hit.
Swing and a miss by Sam Travis. Walked and scored in the 2nd. Santiago walked the leadoff man in the 2nd and then gave up the home run to Vasquez to kind of set the tone for what has followed. One and one. One and two.
Well, I know there was an error by Brian Dozier here to basically give Craig Breslow the hook, but threw 45 pitches and only recorded 3 outs. And that's the frustration that Paul has right now. He needs his pitchers to get outs. Matt Belisle comes in and gets a strikeout, first out in the inning.
Not by the same pitcher, obviously, but the Twins have thrown at least 20 pitches in every half inning. An out after the strikeout, and now Andrew Benintendi. Runners go, and there'll be no throw.
Matt Belisle just had a mental lapse there. Did not check the runner at second base. And it's a double steal. Didn't even look, and there's no chance for Castro. Look at the jump both of these runners get.
They gave him a double look, but
now they're going to intentionally walk Benintendi to load up the bases again.
And that'll bring up Vasquez. Paul Molitor's seen a whole bunch of games like this year. Most of those have come at home. This one at least is on the road.
You know, as good as they've been on the road, it is kind of puzzling that they have these sloppy games. You know, some of the losses that the Twins have. Look out.
If this double play can be turned, and it is. So Belisle keeps the damage to a minimum. The Red Sox add one more. You're watching Twins baseball, presented by State Farm. DL give you optimism that Aaron Hicks will be back in a week and a half, because he's going to be out for a while with an oblique strain. Really a tough break for Aaron, because some people thought he might represent the Yankees in the All-Star game. So good has the first half of his year been. Starlin Castro pulled a hamstring running down the baseline last night. He's going to be more than 10 days away, one would think. Brandon McCarthy, Tyler Anderson, Carlos Gonzalez. You like the idea of the 10-day DL rather than the 15-day DL?
Yeah, I do. I think you know, a lot of guys are ready to come back earlier, and you know, they shouldn't be punished just because they got hurt to have to wait an extra 5 days. So I like it.
Eduardo Escobar will lead off the 6th against Drew Pomeranz. Excuse me, Blaine Boyer is out there now.
Well, it looks like Drew, except that he's right-handed, has a red beard, and
other than that,
a lot of smiles.
It's easy to get him mistaken. One strike to Escobar. Mauer and Sano will hit next.
I wonder if his dad's name's Mike.
Well, I'm going to read this.
Why not? What the heck?
Because it got me into I don't know if I've ever been in a tizzy, but it got me thinking.
It got you a little concerned.
Yes.
That's the understatement.
So in the Boston media guide regarding the Boston starting pitcher, Drew Pomeranz, it said, father, Mike, lettered 4 years at Ole Miss and was selected in the 13th round of the 1988 June draft by Minnesota. Well, that's the Mike Pomeranz that we worked with. You know, worked at Channel 11 for a lot of years. That's the guy. But he's not related to the Drew Pomeranz who pitched tonight. So why would they say that? Are we? Or do we
get
not
your panties in a bunch? That's why.
Are we to not believe anything that is in this media guide now?
Never believe anything in print.
1 and 2. Escobar trying to get something going for the Twins. There's 4 innings worth of at bats yet. And Escobar with another foul ball. Blaine Boyer pitched well for the Twins. And it's good to see him back in a big league uniform with the Red Sox.
He's on a first place team, and that's got to feel good in itself. Twins are only a half game out as we speak right now. They're tied, actually a percentage point ahead.
Pedroia, oh, nice backhanded play, one away.
Yeah, he stayed with it. We saw that from third baseman Devin Marrero in the first inning, first play of the game, but this time comes from the glove of Dustin Pedroia. You can see the ball's hit sharply, but he hangs in there, does not give up on it, and trusts his hands. It's a good thing the guy didn't keep his chest in front of it. That would have got him in the face.
1 down, and now Joe Mauer. Boyer pitched for the Twins 2 years ago, and as we said, he pitched well. Got in 68 ball games. Opponent batting average of .254, and ERA at 2.49 on that 2015 pitching staff that won 83 ball games. That stood out. He was a pretty reliable.
He was used a lot.
Mid to late inning reliever. And 95, he's still got some velocity.
I was just going to say the same thing. He's still getting that ball up there.
2-0 to Mauer. 0 for 2. A strikeout in the first, a fly ball to left in the fourth. And now the ball rolling out of Bogart's glove, and Mauer will reach with a likely infield hit. A runner aboard with 1 down. You can follow Twins baseball live with the MLB.com at-bat mobile app. Stay connected to the game's best players all season long with game day, live game video highlights, radio broadcast, stats, news, and more. Download MLB.com at-bat today, your #1 app for live baseball. Mauer gets a hit, and Sano will come up with a man aboard. I think the Twins need, for the balance of this road trip, for Sano to feel it at the plate. Here's one hit off the end of the bat, and it'll get out to Betts on the fly. 2 down. Sano's seen the batting average go from above 300 now to the mid 270s.
Yeah, he's been struggling, and we've seen that before from Miguel. He goes through spurts where he just doesn't seem to have it clicking. You know, it's that split second we're talking about, the art of hitting. It's not easy, and he's made it look easy because he's so strong and has been so good at times. But everybody goes through that.
There's Kepler, 0 for 2. Strike over the inside corner, an off-speed pitch. And lifted foul over the Twins dugout. They do something neat here at Fenway Park. During the 3rd inning, between the top and the second half of the inning, they bring back a former Red Sox legend and have him salute the crowd, let the crowd applaud him. And tonight it was Louis Tiant, who very briefly was a member of the Twins in 1970.
It was fun to watch.
Had some arm problems, shoulder problems with the Twins, and he ended up not pitching anymore for the Twins, and a young Bert Blyleven ended up being called up to take his spot in the rotation. 1 and 2. Check swing foul, and then eventually Tiant landed here, and he became an icon. On the pitching side, almost as big as David Ortiz has become.
Well, he was a unique character. That's why. He had a very unique style. He would pause. He would show you every arm angle there was. He'd turn his back to the hitter, look at second base, have a kick, a low kick, a mid kick, a high kick. I mean, he did it all. The only guy that I even think is close is pitching now out in San Francisco.
Johnny Cueto.
Johnny Cueto.
Outside 2 and 2 to Kepler. Last night it was Dwight Evans they honored in the suite here at Fenway Park. We've seen over the years Fred Lynn, Carlton Fisk, Jim Rice, Carl Yastrzemski. Fouled back, Kepler with a good rip. Still 2 and 2.
Now you mentioned Dwight Evans last night. We didn't talk about him during the game, but I played most of my career against Dwight Evans. Our careers almost overlapped completely, and he would get my vote for the Hall of Fame.
Really?
What he meant to this ball club and how he played the game every day. He was a tough out and played the game the right way.
Oh, quite an endorsement. Kepler down the right field line. That's near the pesky pole. And a nice running catch by Mookie Betts. Mookie Betts, one of the best all-around players in the game, and he covered a lot of ground to haul in Kepler's drive to end the 6th. among the best in baseball at saving runs, and we've seen in evidence. Of course, we watch Byron on a daily basis, but Mookie Betts made a really nice play in the right field corner on Max Kepler.
It brings a smile to my face to see you guys make those kind of catches. Just fearless out there when it comes to the wall.
Swing and a miss by Marrero. Betts will hit second here in the bottom of the 6th, and the Twins pitcher is still Matt Belisle. He got 3 outs from 3 batters and 6 pitches, which is significant. Dozier fields. Mauer scampers back to the bag, and he is there for the out. 1 down. Second consecutive long 3-city week-and-a-half long road trip. Here's a look at the road ahead for the Twins, brought to you by Jeep. 2 more games here, and then the Twins will fly, not overnight. We better get to Kansas City before sunrise. But then 4 games in about 48 hours in Kansas City. A night game Friday, 2 games Saturday, a split doubleheader, and then a day game on Sunday. So this goes back to what you're talking about, the last thing the Twins needed here tonight. Because of the rain, a short start by Hector Santiago, but you know, the outs in innings are going to be precious here for the balance of this series.
No question about it. And then you've got the extra game on Saturday. So Matt Belisle might pitch more than 2 or 3 innings here tonight. You never know. And yeah, I wouldn't rule out, especially if the Red Sox get another run or 2, that Jimenez might get an inning here, which is, again, embarrassing in his part and in baseball's part. But Paul can trust that he'll throw strikes.
He'll get to the end of the game.
Yeah. Save somebody in the bullpen.
And again, I wouldn't be surprised if the Twins made a roster move after the game. One name to consider is Phil Hughes, who's been pitching a couple innings in back-to-back games. Belisle ends up and fires one nice catch by Mauer, 2 down. Well, the Twins, I think the next time around, we're hoping that Phil would be able to go 2 innings. He pitched back-to-back in 2 consecutive games. But, you know, the need might be there for Phil to come now.
Well, that would be nice. You know, and the Twins certainly would hope that he's healthy and ready to pitch again.
Pedroia, the batter, with 2 down in the 6th. And a first pitch strike. Ryan Presley would be another candidate, I would think. Well, I know the 10 days are up. Presley's pitched well. There's a ball hit to left. Rosario coming in. He'll play it on a hop. Pedroia has his 3rd hit. He's reached all 4 times here tonight.
3 for 3 with a walk.
And that'll bring up Xander Bogaerts. Bogaerts hit by a pitch in the 1st and a pair of singles. Twins only being out hit here 8-5, but the Twins have committed a couple of errors. There have been some walks, some stolen bases. There have been 5 walks and a hit batter in addition to the 8 hits. 1 strike to Bogaerts.
Yeah, you're a little bit deceived by the total number of hits. It's a game that the Twins just haven't played a crisp, clean game here tonight. 6 runs on the board for Boston.
Not only has there not been a 1-2-3 inning, there's only been 1 time when 3 batters in a row were retired. The double play grounder last inning, and the first 2 batters here in the 6th. 2 strikes. Sharply and off the glove of Escobar. Everybody's safe. It was a well hit ball, but it should be an error charge to Escobar. Twins are trying to get as many outs as they can from their relief pitchers. Last thing they need are errors in the field. Third Twins error. And now Chris Young.
I think we're so used to the Twins being good defensively that when you have a game like this, and it's going to happen, it kind of stands out. The Twins have really done a good job so far this year defensively, but errors starting to creep in a little bit now.
Buxton's throwing error. Dozier didn't handle a double play grounder, and now Escobar with a miscue at third. White Sox came back to beat the Yankees. 3 runs in the 9th. And Chicago beat New York 4-3. Yankees falling on some hard times. Fastball stuck on the outside corner.
Well, that means if Boston can hang on to win this game, they would have sole possession of first base place in the East.
Gary DiSarcina will recede to his role as bench coach tomorrow, with John Farrell having served his suspension.
Well, tomorrow's 20 minutes away, but I don't think Mr. Farrell can come back. It's a game suspension,
yes,
not a time.
That's true.
Or a day suspension.
Taken low. Twins have thrown 144 pitches. Seems light, doesn't it? Doesn't it seem like they've been
well, when you
200?
consider there's been more than 20 in every inning. Yeah.
Swing and a miss. 2-2. Young with a fly to right, a fly to center, and a walk. But still 3 more for the Red Sox that they probably aren't going to need.
It's funny how errors can complicate innings. And I'm not picking on anybody. Eduardo Escobar could have made the 3rd out of the inning, and now a swing of the bat, and it almost puts it out of reach for the Twins. 3-run homer there for Chris Young.
Red Sox did not score in the 1st inning. They threatened. They got a walk and a hit batter, but Santiago pitched through that. They've scored in every inning since. And now lead it 9-1. Jackie Bradley Jr. Swing and a miss. There are, whenever this inning ends, at least 6 more outs to get. And Neil Allen talking with Eddie Guardado, trying to figure out where they're going to come from. On the ground to Dozier. Watches it all the way into the glove, and that wraps up the 6th inning. 3 more runs for the Red Sox, and it's 9-1. game. Take it away, Jack Morris.
51-minute rain delay to start the game. That's where we started. Then Hector Santiago comes in, 2 innings, gives up this home run to Christian Vasquez. Sox up 2-0. An hour and 6 15-minute rain delay. Pomeranz comes back out. He gets through his 5 innings, allows just the 1 run. Pedroia does what Pedroia does here. One of his 3 hits so far and an RBI. And a 3-run home run right there by Chris Young to kind of put this game out of reach. Unearned runs on that 3-run home run, but right now Boston up significantly, 9-1.
That's significant.
That's significant.
1-0 to Jorge Polanco. Bounced to second, reached on an error and scored in the 5th. Down and in 2-0.
It's rare to see this ballpark almost empty, but because we're approaching that witching hour and it rained and people have to work tomorrow, it's getting pretty quiet in this ballpark.
The last time the crowd reacted, I guess it was the 3-run home run by Young, but before that, it was when Craig Breslow threw to first. Lynn is in at second base. Pedroia has done enough damage tonight, so he's done for the night.
Now Blaine Boyer asked to fill in a few innings here and had a nice 1-hit inning to come in relief for Drew Pomeranz, who's the pitcher of record for Boston.
Two and 2. Polanco in the box, Rosario in the on-deck circle, and then Byron Buxton. Hit hard center field. That's down for a hit. Good at bat for Polanco. He's aboard with his first hit, and that'll bring up Rosario.
Well, he squared that one up. Fastball, nothing fancy from Boyer. He's trying to record an out. Left up over the plate. 95-mile-an-hour heater.
Fox Tracks presented by Carrier. Here's Rosario. Ten runs on the board. 6 of them have been unearned runs. The lone Twins run was an unearned run. And Rosario takes outside, ball 1. Rosario got the first hit of the ball game on the first pitch after the second rain delay tonight. Banged one off the monster for a double, tried to steal third and was thrown out with the Twins down 2-0. 2-0. Rosario cracks a single to right field. First and second, nobody out for Buxton.
Let me ask you something. Do you think major league hitters can hit high fastballs nowadays in the high 90s?
Rarely.
I'm serious. It doesn't matter who they are, where they are in the lineup. You throw a fastball up in the zone, 95
in
minutes
the zone,
straight.
in the zone,
and it's crushed.
I thought you meant, out of the strike zone.
No, I meant that everybody can hit a fastball in the mid to high 90s nowadays up over the plate.
Right, because they see it all the time. I mean, the velocity.
Yeah, they're used to it. They've adjusted.
Here's Buxton, single to left, driving in a run, and he takes down and away ball 1. I thought you were getting at Rosario, who swings at pitches up out of the strike zone, and he's one of the few guys who's actually done some damage with those pitches.
You know, he reminds me sometimes of Kirby, that anything from his shoe tops to his shoulders was fair game. I actually saw Kirby Puckett hit a ball that bounced once. Bounced in front of the plate and hit a double. Crushed it, line drive.
1-1. Two and 1. Supposedly somebody asked Yogi Berra about being a bad ball hitter, and he said, well, no, it didn't look bad at all to me, you know, because he thought he could hit anything that was in that range.
Yeah.
2-1. Sharply hit, and even with his speed, Buxton has doubled up. Hit it right on the button, right to the shortstop, 2 down.
No, you're not going to see that a lot. Byron gets down the line as fast as anybody. But that ball was hit perfectly for the opportunity of a double play. Bogarts over to Pedroia and back over to first base.
And now Castro to swinging strikeouts against Pomeranz. I think the best example, or the best swing I've ever seen anybody take on a fastball up out of the strike zone was against Joel Zumaya, who was then with the Tigers, and he threw a 99 to Justin Morneau, and Morneau pulled it for a home run in Detroit. And the thing was, you know, neck high. Yeah. And Morneau pulled it for a home run. And I thought, at 99,
how do you stay on top of the ball?
How can you get on top of the ball? Yeah. Hildenberger warming up. Looks like he'll get the 7th inning. Check swing and a foul, 1-1.
Castro hoping to avoid the hat trick here. Struck out his first 2 times, both off the starter Drew Pomeranz.
Yeah, jumping away. 2-1. Red Sox out hitting the Twins 9-7, but they're leading 9-1. A lot of swings and misses for Castro tonight. Is it? Isn't that Boyer?
I think that's who
okay.
It is. Yeah,
all right.
Pretty sure.
3-2. Fouled away. Twins will face a right-hander tomorrow, Rick Porcello, and then another lefty, David Price, on Thursday. Between the teeth.
He blinks. And his eyes seem to have gone shut. You know, it was after the ball had already crossed the swing zone.
Inside, and now Castro takes a walk. Bring up Dozier. First and third, 2 down. And here comes Carl Willis.
Clearly off the plate inside. That's the first walk given up by Blaine Boyer. No strikeouts.
What kind of a teammate was Carl Willis? One year you were together.
I enjoyed Carl a lot as a teammate. He had a sinker, and you know, some people said that it was assisted by some foreign obstacle, but I don't care what it was. He was my teammate and it worked. But he was a fun guy. We called him the Train because he came over. It was first day, came over, and we were sitting around in the outfield, Rick Aguilera and I, and Carl was talking about how well he did in the minor leagues, and I remember Aggie looked at him and said, "Well, you tooting your own horn? What are you, some kind of train?" And toot toot, and that's
there
how he
he
got his nickname.
Yeah. See that, and we've always known him as the Train.
Yeah.
And that's, to me, that's where nicknames should come from in baseball, internally, in the clubhouse.
Well, he was
not from the press box or any place like that.
He was a winner. He truly was a good part of our team, and went out there and competed.
He did awfully well, and in this day and age where setup guys now get all-star berths, if that was the case back in the early 90s, you could have imagined Carl Willis making an all-star team. That's how good he was.
Yeah.
2 strikes now to Dozier. Backhanded by Marrero on the short way to second, ends the inning. Twins get a couple of hits and a walk, but don't score in the 7th. Shaw with a great year for the Milwaukee Brewers. 3 home runs in his last 5 games. The Brewers kind of like the Twins. They're just kind of hanging there in or real close to first base or first place. Trey Turner with 4 stolen bases. The Nationals stole 7 against the Cubs. And Miguel Cabrera with just his 9th home run of the year and his first against a left-handed pitcher. Hit one against Matt Strahm of the Royals, and the Tigers came back from 3-0 to beat Kansas City. Trevor Hildenberger coming into the ball game, and he might get a chance to pitch a couple innings here. We'll see how the first one goes. His 2nd big league ball game. Finished the ball game in Cleveland on Friday night.
Yeah, it was a pretty exciting time for him. Had his family there.
Faced Sam Travis, Andrew Benintendi, and Christian Vasquez in the Boston 7th inning. Travis walked leading off the 2nd, and then Vasquez hit a home run, and the Red Sox were off. First pitch strike, 89 miles per hour. Now, this isn't a direct comparison because Hildenberger is more of a sidearm pitcher and Terry Leach was more of a submariner, but Terry Leach was a valuable reliever for the Twins at 91 too because of his unorthodox delivery, some funk in his delivery.
Yeah, he truly was a submariner, and I would consider Hildenberger as a sidearm pitcher.
Breaking ball, Dozier behind the bag, and one away. And that'll bring up Andrew Benintendi. So within Hildenberger's hopes are the desire to stay up here and contribute, and he won't do it with velocity, but he hopes to have an effective career as a major league reliever. And we've reached midnight.
Well, I actually cheer for guys like this, the guys that don't break the triple digits at times, and you know they survive because they know how to pitch. And you know, he's getting a chance here. It's a different look, and he's depending on stuff like that, off-speed pitches, get that bat out in front. And, now Benintendi's a good young hitter. He doesn't get fooled. We haven't seen that kind of swing all year against him.
Didn't see it at Target Field, I know that. 1-1. Now the backhanded play by Polanco, and barely getting Benintendi 2 down. Well, we've talked at length about Craig Breslow late in his career, dropping down sidearm. So crossroads for Breslow as he hopes to continue his big league career. Here's a guy who 6 years ago decided, that's my ticket. I'm going to have to drop down sidearm, and he's put together some impressive numbers in the minor leagues, and we'll find out whether it can translate to big league success. 2 down in the 7th, and now Christian Vasquez.
What?
91, and down the middle for a strike. Fouled away, 2 strikes.
Yeah, you talk about Hildenberger. How about Pat Neshek, Minnesota native?
Right.
You know, early in his career before the big leagues, he had to make that adjustment.
At Butler University, he decided to come up with that weird delivery of his. He's still pitching well for the Phillies.
Get people out.
And there, every once in a while, that was an overhand 94-mile-per-hour fastball. Every once in a while, he likes to do that, throwing conventionally kind of over the top, or at least 3/4, and picking up a few extra miles per hour. He just missed the corner. Breaking ball inside.
I think that's the hardest thing for a sidearm pitcher to do, is come up over the top and then come right back with a breaking ball. And the tendency is going to be just what happened there. He's going to leave it inside. He won't finish it off and make sure he misses away. And sometimes you've got to really focus on being able to do that.
Talk about muscle memory, but sometimes you need to have your muscles forget what you just did.
And we were talking about a guy earlier, and that's what made it remarkable for me, Louis Tiant.
Yeah.
All the arm angles and all the different things. How did he have such good command?
And a walk with 2 down. Hildenberger was on the verge of giving the Twins their first 1-2-3 inning, and in quick fashion with just a handful of pitches, but now the walk. He got ahead of him and then went with that overhand pitch and never threw him another strike.
Well, here's a sequence of pitches. I don't know which one of those was the one over the top. It was the third to the last pitch, but ends up walking him.
Here's Marrero. And a strike. 77 miles per hour. And another one at 77. A tapper foul, 0-2.
Well, the one thing he's doing is getting ahead of most of the hitters.
He's pitching with a little rhythm and tempo out there, too. We haven't seen much of that tonight.
You mean you're telling me you like a little faster paced a game that's
it's 12:04, Jack.
into the second day?
It's 12:04. of Castro's glove and up to the backstop. Out of play.
You know, so the other day somebody was asking me about why was it that, you know, you had the higher ERA, but you were known as a guy who challenged the hitters. I said, because it was a game like this once, and it wasn't this long a game, but I'll never forget it. Kirk Gibson out there in right field yelling at me, "Throw it over!" You know, I was nibbling a little, and he's "Throw it over!" And you know, I thought about it. I said, "Yeah, why don't I just go ahead and throw it over and let him run around, try to catch it."
One and two to Marrero. And Hildenberger has a decent inning and gets through the seventh. You're watching Twins baseball presented by State Farm.
A good little breaking ball, gets a strikeout.
Yeah, a big blown save for Dellin Betances. Every time we've seen him, we feel fortunate if a Twins batter puts the ball in play. Here is former Twin Fernando Abad, who was with the Twins a year ago and put together a good first half. 39 games, a 2.65 ERA, and then was dealt here for prospect Pat Light, who
briefly showed up in
right
big leagues.
Could throw really hard, had no idea where the ball was going. Here is Escobar leading off the top of the 8th inning. Escobar, Mauer, and Sano. And there's a strike. Escobar 0 for 3. Mauer 1 for 3, and Sano 0 for 3. Twins made 2 trades last year at the trade deadline. The other one was Eduardo Nunez going to the Giants. Hit hard to right field. This ball's got some carry, and Betts won't get there because that ball's in the bullpen.
Look at him.
Eduardo Escobar to the opposite field. Hits one into the Red Sox bullpen. His 8th home run of the year.
That's fun to see. Eduardo Escobar is a guy that team favorite in a lot of ways. Ball's right down Broadway, but he goes the other way, and it shows how strong he can be. That's a long way out there. Almost 400 feet.
And now Mauer will bat. Outside, ball one. Mauer struck out in the first, hit a fly ball to left in the fourth, and then singled in the sixth. 1-1. Of course, the Twins, in dealing Nunez to the Giants, got Adalberto Mejia, and he will be the starter for the Twins tomorrow.
Didn't Adrianza come from that trade too?
Adrianza just signed in the offseason.
He was just signed in the offseason. I didn't know if that was the player to be named later or something. I didn't know how that worked out.
1-2.
You know, the good thing about not knowing some things like that is people that are still up listening that are the Twitter guys, your friends, a lot of them.
Well,
yeah, they can pick on me now. You know, they got something to zap around the internet.
Well, now LaTroy Hawkins has already chimed in about your comment that that's when men were men.
Bring it on, LaTroy.
Mauer fouls it back, still 1-2.
I figured I'd get a little heat for that one. There's Eduardo Escobar.
That's a long way to right field. I remember years ago I saw Luis Rivas do that, and I thought, well, now that's a long way for a right-handed batter
to
hit one into the bullpen. And I don't know that I've seen a Twins player hit one, a right-handed batter hit one into the bullpen since Rivas did it.
I'm not sure I've seen a lot of them, period. I've played a lot of games here, saw a lot of baseball, and that might be the first right-hander I've ever seen go that way.
One and two. Mauer battling tough here. Nobody out in the eighth. On the ground, hit right to the first baseman Travis, to the bag, and Mauer is retired. One away. July 6th is Game of Thrones night at Target Field. A limited number of Game of Thrones theme night ticket packages are available. They include a game ticket, a Sano King of the North t-shirt, and a chance to sit on the Iron Throne. Go to twinsbaseball.com/GOT and learn more about the Game of Thrones theme night offer. And here is Miguel Sano.
I remember when they took that picture for Miguel wearing that fur around his shoulders down at Target Field. It was hotter than heck that day, and he's out early trying to cut a commercial.
Pitch is up to Sano. It's been a disappointing road trip for Sano in terms of production, but remember, he missed a couple of games in Cleveland because he wasn't feeling well. He had a bad sinus infection. And whether that has anything to do with his ineffectiveness since, I don't even know if Miguel could tell you that, but it just kind of threw him out of whack, missing a couple of games.
You gotta believe that has something to do with it. You know, you might get a little lightheaded. You might have a little less concentration.
Half swing and a strike, 1-2.
That's the one thing I think he's got to be careful of, is getting back in the rut of those check swings.
Kepler on deck. Just would like Miguel, and might take just one at bat to just feel what it's like to crush a baseball again. Hit a fly ball to left in the fourth inning, but he just hit it off on the end of the bat a little bit, and it only traveled to the warning track here.
And he's hitting two balls off the end of his bat, and one to right field.
Out of right field again and hit almost directly at Mookie Betts. 2 down.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Minnesota Twins and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the counts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without express written consent of the Minnesota Twins. For all of you that are up and listening, don't record it without permission.
I wonder how tough that is to get. You know, if you called the Twins and say, hey, look, team lost 9-2 last night. I'm wondering if I could reproduce it. One strike to Kepler. When in fact, the way the game's been played, if you have a copy of this, you just might want to incinerate it. Instead of reproduce it, right? I mean, who wants to watch this? I watch games in the wintertime when it's cold.
Can I show you my scorecard for this year when I've been working with you? See that slider down and away from a bod? Kepler has a tough time laying off of it.
2 strikes to Kepler with 2 down. And now 1-2. Have you had some bad ones, Jack?
Well, I want to remind you of some of the games that you and I worked together against the Boston Red Sox.
Oh, we did? Yeah, that's right.
You want to see all those yellow dots there? There's one, and there's the next one.
One of those was the big pitchers duel between Irvin Santana and Chris Sale, right?
Yeah.
Kepler pops it up short right center field. And Bradley puts it away. We've seen hitters dance after a home run. Not very often you'll see a hitter dance before a home run, but that was what Escobar did during the rain delay.
He has fun.
Keeping everybody loose.
And then he shows some pop. Opposite field here at Fenway. Enjoys the game.
Well, thank you very much. Hildenberger out there to try to get the outs required to end the 8th inning. Not enough fans here during the inning break to even do Sweet Caroline justice.
They did their best.
They did what they could.
Their hearts were into it. And I got to tell you one thing, that it's nice to see Trevor Hildenberger out there trying to get some outs. And he had a nice 7th inning. Could be his last inning. The Twins don't get him a whole bunch of runs.
Chopper up the line, foul, and it's 2-2. assuming he can get through the 8th inning and assuming the Twins don't come back with 7 runs, Vargas in the game at first, then they will have gotten through this game
without Chris Jimenez.
Without Chris Jimenez, but also without having to use Taylor Rogers, Tyler Duffy, Buddy Bouchiers, or Brandon Kinsler. So the bullpen would be in presumably good shape tomorrow, which isn't to suggest that there won't be a roster move made after the game anyway. But the point I was trying to get at before, it's a little bit easier for the Twins to do that if they elect to, because of the proximity. Rochester, New York, I think the team is at Buffalo right now, and being able to get somebody here.
Yeah, it can be quickly done here
rather than having to route, get a flight booked through Dallas. Who was it? Somebody tried to get to the West Coast through Dallas. Was it Buznitz? And they had all sorts of problems getting through with mechanical issues and all that. Mookie Betts with a leadoff single in the 8th.
Well, it's Betts' first hit of this ball game. It comes in his 5th at bat.
And now Dustin Pedroia. Nope. I'm sorry. Didn't update my scorecard. And it is Lynn hitting in what was Pedroia's spot. 3 singles and a walk for Pedroia. And now Lynn will have an at bat. Outside ball 1. Twins not holding Betts on. He'd better not take off. 2-0.
He's gotten a few balls hit on the ground. He needs one here.
Half swing, and he went 2-1.
Betts is going to get a pretty good jump because nobody's holding him on. He's going to get a nice lead over there at first base. So the ball's going to have to be hit hard at one of the infielders to turn to. And there it might be.
Vargas gets the lead runner, and Lynn scampers back to the bag and reaches on a fielder's choice. 1 down, and that'll bring up Bogarts. Bogarts reached on an Escobar error his last time up. Prior to that, he was hit by a pitch and got 2 singles. Twins uncharacteristically making 3 errors, but there have been other mistakes as well on the bases and certainly on the mound. Over the inside corner, strike 1. Twins won the opener against the Red Sox at Target Field. Swing and a miss, and it's 0-2, and then lost the next 2 ball games rather handily, 11-1 and 17-6.
And on the verge of losing the first 2 of 4 here at Fenway. Last series the Twins will play against Boston this year.
Pulled foul, and that went into the camera well in the general direction of Kevin Gore.
Yeah, Gorgie, he's fine. He's raising his hand, saluting us.
Old goaltender, man. Yeah, glove hand a little bit better than the stick side.
Got to stay alert down here, boys. There's been a lot of balls down this way, and I've been hearing from the locals here. We lost a laptop last night that this is danger alley when right-handed batters are up. So we're still on our toes here at 12:25 a.m.
Good to see Gorgie still awake. And Kevin, if you can hear me, feel free to go ahead and finish this last half inning for the the analyst here.
Where are you going?
I want to go sit down in the camera well there and see what it's like. I got to sit in the dugout many times, but never got across that The concrete barrier into the well. That is a dangerous place, by the way.
2 strikes, 2 Bogarts. I was a little embarrassed for Kevin, during the Sweet Caroline thing, Kevin standing up. So good, so good.
He loves it here.
I know.
He loves it here. Wonder if he loves it tonight, playing 1 game in 2 days. He's got his thumbs up. He's still loving it.
1 and 2. And a half
Got
swing,
him.
but I think he went. Yep. And Bogarts is gone, out number 2. Well, not much has gone right tonight, but if Hildenberger can get 1 more out here, Twins will be able to complete 8 innings on the mound and save the relievers that Twins hope will contribute to a win tomorrow night.
Well, it's funny. Paul has kind of evolved. The way this bullpen's evolved, at least lately, is he's got win day pitchers, or what I consider leads after the 5th inning pitchers, and he's got trailing pitchers after the 5th inning. And the guys that haven't been used today have about it on the good side, and they're the guys that he wants to stay fresh for the chance of having a lead after 5.
And we saw in Cleveland what the bullpen, those guys you're talking about, the Duffys and Rogers and Kinslers, can do if they're properly rested. They just were outstanding in that Cleveland series, and they haven't had to pitch yet here in Boston. Boshiers did, but not Rogers or Duffy or Kinsler.
And Boshiers getting a day off. He pitched an inning last night.
2-0.
2/3 of an inning, I should say.
And now 3-0. Jackie Bradley Jr. on deck. Indians lost 2-1. Adrian Beltre hit a 9th inning home run against Cody Allen. And the Rangers even that series at a game apiece. And a walk will send Young first base. First and second, 2 down, and Jackie Bradley Jr.
2 strikeouts, 2 walks for Trevor Hildenberger.
Polanco will lead things off in the top of the 9th inning, and you better hope that he and Rosario hit twice in the top of the 9th. Missing inside, a ball. And Vargas with a nice play reacted to get that second hop, picked it up, went to the bag, and Hildenberger with a scoreless 7th and then a scoreless 8th inning.
Well, nice job by Hildenberger. 2 innings.
Bad night for the Twins. They gave up a couple of runs before a long rain delay, and the Red Sox have piled on 7 more runs. And Polanco will lead off the 9th against Fernando Abad. Polanco, Rosario, and Buxton in a 9-2 ball game.
I think it's what's made it a little bit rough for the Twins is 3 errors tonight, 2 rain delays, which kind of emphasize a tough night. But that's baseball. That's what they signed up for, and they got another one tomorrow night, so they're going to have to regroup after they get through this half inning.
Swing and a foul. And Polanco's behind in the count, 0-2. Polanco singled his last time up, reached on an error, and scored in the 5th. One and 2. Pitchers of record would be Pomerantz and Santiago. Rosario's got 3 hits in the ball game. And this win, so craftily managed, this imminent win for the Red Sox. So expertly managed by Gary DiSarcina. And Polanco's tagged high. We'll see whether the Twins challenge it. And this will go on to John Farrell's managing record, if it is in fact a Boston win or loss. And there'll be no challenge. And Polanco is retired, tagged on the wrist, 1 down. I don't know why John Farrell should get credit for
I don't either.
A win, but that's what will happen. All those times when Ron Gardenhire was ejected, and whoever, Joe Vavra or whoever was the bench coach, managed and the Twins ended up winning, Gardy got the wins. He wasn't around since the 3rd inning.
That's a smart day.
Inside to Rosario. Rosario's average has jumped up 10 points tonight. And Rosario looks out at Abad like, hey, we were buds last year.
Yeah, they were friends.
On the ground. Lynn has it 2 down. And Buxton will have another plate appearance. Right-hander Rick Porcello has struggled this year after winning the Cy Young Award last year. And Alberto Mejia, the Twins are hopeful that they're seeing signs of progress. He picked up a win in his last start in Cleveland.
Yeah, it's not a split doubleheader. It's a straight one today. This game will be played later on today.
Buxton's hit the ball hard twice tonight, once for an RBI single, another time for a ground ball double play. He struck out in the 3rd. And a strike 2, another breaking ball. Buxton lifts it high to left. But Benintendi will put it away. The first 2 games here in Boston go to the Red Sox, and Jack, tomorrow's one of those games, and we've seen the team do it a number of times. Had a really bad game. They need to play a much better game tomorrow.
They certainly do. This is one that they'd just as soon forget and move on. Fernando Abad comes in, former Twin, Blaine Boyer, both got to pitch against their former teammates, and tomorrow